put this as simply as I'm going to put this. The last 4 games of this franchise have launched absolutely phenomenally perfectly. Then the one that EA forces you to have their origin shit gives problems. Thank you, EA. That's how useless they are as a company, I swear. So, what we're gonna do is I've set something up. We are going to just basically go out. I'm gonna set my setup up. We're gonna go out, and I'm gonna pay attention closely to my Steam that I have opened in my background. And when I see it actually start downloading, we'll move over to it. But until then, let's go ahead and throw, say, 30 laps of fuel in the car.
Looking at a dry session.
Let's just go. Because at this point, this is all I can do. Because at this point, I needed to do something because I need to get my mind off of it. So, oh, and it's worth noting, equal car performance is turned on in this race because I wanted to be able to run as Alonso around Monza. Because, well, since I don't really know what's gonna go on with the new game, I figured, you know what? Might as well just throw myself in the underrated car for a bit. So, yeah, trust me, I'm not happy right now. And before you even say it, no, I don't blame Codemasters for this. No, we're not going there. I can't. This one is on EA. I can list you a list of reasons why it's EA and not fucking Codemasters, and it's because Codemasters has been the head developer on this game every fucking year. And the last 4 launches... Now granted, I will admit, the last 2 launches have actually launched a day and a half early for me. Yeah. Day and a half. Well, actually... Let's put it this way. In total, between the 21 and the 2020 game, I got 3.5 days of early access. From their initial release. Because it was like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 4 days before, that they released both the 2020 and the 21 game. Now this one doesn't do that, has a 2 a.m. launch, and now has problems. Yeah, that's not Codemasters. I'm sorry, no. So don't blame the devs on this one. Blame EA. 100% blame EA on this. Because this is not Codemasters' fault. This is a communication issue between EA and Steam. Specifically. And the reason why you can blame EA on this one and not the dev team is because EA is the publisher. EA is the one that inevitably releases the game. As of right now, no. My bet, based on what I was seeing yesterday while I was waiting to see something, if they were going to actually release early, because the last two games had released the day before the actual early access was supposed to open. So I figured it was going to be the same way again. Then I look on their Twitter and it shows 7 a.m. British, or BST, and I'm like thinking, oh great, so it's actually watching it in the middle of the night. Wonderful. So I'm thinking, okay, so that gives them 5 hours of total, 5 to 7 hours in total, from when I would normally start my stream, to get this all worked out. They still haven't. Then you wonder why, you know, I don't buy much from EA anymore. Because this is every launch with them. This has nothing to do with the dev teams. This has everything to do with EA. When I can buy 4 of the games in a row, and them all launch on their prescribed date that they're supposed to release, and then the 5th one, because of a small change in where, you know, the online services have to go, that small change causes problems. That's not the devs. I'm not worried about it because the thing is at the end of the day, I should have expected this. The biggest thing is what I did wrong with this one was I was expecting this to be like every other F1 game. Where it was going to launch perfectly on time, on schedule, and everything else. But I forgot one key part. I forgot the origin thing. That is the bit I should have reminded myself of and actually freaking said, nope, we will start the game on Wednesday because it's going to have a shitty launch because of EA. And as of right now, it's looking like that's going to be the case. And I really do hate that, by the way. But it is what it is. You know? And I'm just going to take it at stride and we'll go from there. But I am extremely disappointed in EA entirely. But I also said, too, that the moment that this partnership with Codemasters and EA happened, I told you right then and there, the 22 game was going to have issues. Right off the launch. That's how little trust I have for EA with anything they do. Even simple publishing. They fuck up. It's why I can't trust them. Now, what? Let's be fair for a second. I'm gonna say this real quick because this is something that I was noticing. If my hunch is right, the game will go live around 11 o'clock this morning. You want to know why I say that? Because that's when Steam will finally actually initiate the code.
Keep an eye on your tire temperatures, which you can do on the temperature panel of the MFD. We monitor carcass temperature and surface temperature, and you'll get the best performance when they're both inside a normal operating window. Surface
and if it doesn't,
tend to fluctuate faster, so
I mean, to be fair, they are currently in maintenance right now. They are currently in maintenance right now. The EA servers are currently in maintenance for the game right now. They have 23 minutes left of that maintenance. If the game doesn't go live, then I have a problem. Because then it's like saying, what was the point of the maintenance? You can't seriously tell me that there's an issue so severe with their EA Play Pro that they had to take the servers down. No. And I'm getting real sick of companies that are doing that shit. This is why I don't typically set my schedule around a launch date. Wouldn't know, mate. Wouldn't know. Because, well, to put it simply, I haven't been able to play the new one yet. And I'm getting frustrated. Because I planned everything around this new game being out today, had everything planned, had everything lined up, and then EA fucks it. And that's what's pissing me off the most. In the end, in a way, it's partially a good thing because it means that, you know, right now, you know, I'm putting more hours into this one, which, after yesterday's fiasco with my internet, that I still don't know exactly what happened. I'm still trying to figure that one out. Like, the PC was seeing internet in and out, but it wasn't connecting to Steam, this thing, that thing, this thing, that thing. It was so fucking weird. But this morning, it connects no problem to all of that. This is the weirdest thing. Anyway, the simple fact of the matter is yesterday I did Monaco in the game, and at night, no less, and did great, had great fun, but, you know, it was all prep work setting up for today. Everything I've done for the last 3 weeks in this game specifically has all been to set up for the new one. So you have to understand something. I'm pissed not just because of, you know, the game not releasing on time. I'm pissed because I designed everything around the game coming out today. And the fact that I'm not able to play it right now is really getting on my nerves. Yeah. I did all my setup, all my prep. But I did do something different with this one. Yeah, no. I know. Trust me, I know. I saw that post come in. Trust me, I've been watching Twitter all morning. And as a matter of fact, I actually posted something on there saying too that, you know, I physically said on my thing that I wouldn't be pissed at him. I wouldn't start getting angry until 9 o'clock this morning when I would start streaming. Well, it's after 9 o'clock. And I still can't play the new game. 7 hours from the initial release point. And I still can't play the game. Now, I will be fair. I have waited longer before. As a matter of fact, I ended up having to wait an entire day for a game, DLC expansion that released for a game. I had to wait an entire day before I could play it because of its launch. That was The Crew 1 with the Wild Run update. They had massive server problems of some sorts that I still don't know exactly what happened. Needless to say, I had to wait a whole additional day because the maintenance time was supposed to be from this time to this time. And it ended up taking till well after 10 o'clock that night for them to go live. So yeah, that was wonderful. So... And that's why I stopped, you know, setting myself up on launch dates because of situations like this. But this was the one game that had been exception because it hadn't had a flawed launch. For the past 4 games, you gotta remember, this is the 5th straight game I've bought for this series. Last 4 games have not had a single launch problem. Now, I'm not saying, you know, that they didn't have server problems. They did have that. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that from on the date of their release, they released. Period. This is the first one that did it. But I mean, even if you look at their Twitter and everything else, you know, you notice that it's EA Sports F1 now. On the thing, right? That's doing all the posting and everything else. It's because EA is the publisher. Codemasters is hidden under the rug as the dev team. Specifically placed that way for a reason. EA is supposed to be the ones that control the release. They're the ones that make the release date. I mean, yes, Codemasters gives EA the time frame that they want the game released in, and EA, you know, works that around. But EA inevitably is the one that initiates the code for the game to go live. EA is the one that makes the communication to make sure that this code gets released at this time to these companies, not the dev team. That's all publishers do. Publishers promote and then they, you know, make sure that the thing gets put out on time. Because that's how they make their money. I will tell you right here, right now, Codemasters is not happy. I will tell you that much. But at the end of the day, what more can we do? At the end of the day, what more can we do as a community to fix this problem? Not a hell of a lot. Except sit back and be patient and wait. That's all we could do. That's literally all we could do. is sit back, be patient, and wait. Because blowing up Twitter isn't gonna fix the problem. Blowing up all their forums isn't gonna fix the problem. And trust me, I've done that before. The Wild Run update, I got real pissed at Ubi real hard about freaking the 12 plus hours of maintenance. I got really irritated at them for that. It's why, for me, when a new update for almost all my games comes out, or a new game comes out, my launch day is actually the day after its initial release. Because the launch days typically always have problems. Which is why Codemasters releasing a day and a half, or a half a day earlier, was working out wonderfully. Yeah, exactly. Server problems, bro, I would take server problems over, you know, being able to, you know, I don't mind server problems if I can play the damn game. That's the one thing that this game, you know, has had, is that, yes, it's had server problems every single launch. Trust me, I've seen the Twitter feeds, I've seen the different leaks, the different crash screens, all the different things within the first few days of each one of these games. And, yeah, I can understand there being a frustration there. But at the end of the day, someone like me who bought the game for the AI use of the game doesn't see those issues. So I say, you know, the game had a very successful launch. Am I wrong? No, not technically. But you have to, it just makes me wonder, you know, why this shit happens. You know? Why is it that when a brand new game is set to come out and everything else, release dates set months in advance and everything else, why on the day of that launch there tends to be 4 times the amount of problems than what there should be? And it's and the kicker is it's mostly around the AAA publishing companies. And yes, I do include Ubi in that. Because even they've had some rocky launches. But I still praise Ubi for one simple thing. And it's that, you know, the one game that I have a lot of hours in with them is Siege. And the one thing I praise them with is that their maintenance period on Siege is always, if they have to take the servers down for any length of time when playing the game, it's a 10-minute maintenance window. Which means it's something minor. 10 to 15 minutes is the maximum. Anything more than that, they do overnight here in the States. Where their core player base is, believe it or not. Yes, they have a lot of players in Europe too, but their core is actually in the US. Which is why it boggled my mind that we went from what was a 2 o'clock in the afternoon launch for the US to a 2 a.m. launch for the East Coast. Now, I can understand that may be because Codemasters may have moved to a different location, and that's why the launch time would change, but that, it still boggles my mind now. You know, and it's, I don't feel like I wasted my money. Trust me. I didn't buy the Champion Edition just because of the early access. No, I bought the Champion Edition for many more things than that. But the early access was part of that. But, you know, if I lose a day of it, I lose a day of it. No big deal. You know, I still got 2 more days of early access that sit there and wonder. You know, before everybody else gets their hands on it, and then you get the massive server problems. And that's the biggest thing why early access is so good, and that's why you want the early access launch date to go up without a hitch, because it gives you time to prep the servers before you get the big influx of everybody who paid the base game price. That's why companies do the early access. Yet, every company that I've seen do early access... Now, granted, Codemasters has been the only one that I've actually seen actually do early access, and with at least the previous 2 games, the previous 2 that I've bought in and actually had the 3 days early access for, they've actually launched before the actual start of the early access. But again, figuring that that was midnight local time for them. That was how they were doing it before, was it was midnight local time for the actual Codemaster dev team. This one, I don't know how exactly it was done. But I could tell by all the different things that were posted. The deep dives, the launch trailer, all the different trailers and everything else that they did. I could tell that's a whole Codemaster thing. That's not EA's thing. As a matter of fact, EA would never have put out as much information as what Codemasters did over the last 3 weeks. Before the game release. And everything else. Because EA likes to cover as little as possible on their game before it launches because they're afraid of spoilers. Well, with this game you can't do that. And specifically with this game, you can't do that anyway because how much spoiler are you going to get out of a deep dive video? Oh, so you're going to get a spoiler on the handling. No, you're not, because you're not the one driving the car. They're going to tell you what the handling's going to do, but you're not going to know what it's actually doing until you actually drive the damn car. They're going to tell you what they did to it. So you're going to have an idea of what the car's going to do, but you're not going to have a full picture until you play the game. At the end of the day, as we're 6 minutes from that maintenance window ending, by the way. At the end of the day, I knew this was going to happen. In the end, I knew this was going to happen. If the 22 game, and here's the real screwed up part, and I already know this, straight up. If the 22 game would have just been a straight Steam release, Steam server usage and everything else, I wouldn't be playing this game right now. 100% would not be playing this one right now. But because you need Origin, which is a EA thing, if you buy it through Steam, specifically, like I did, because I bought all of them through Steam, so I wasn't going to change that just because of EA. No, fuck you. I will continue to buy the game through the platform that I own all the rest of them through. Why I need Origin should be irrelevant, in my view. You know, it's kind of like Rockstar and their launcher. I own both GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2. And Red Dead Redemption 2, my little brother can't even play because of the stupid Rockstar launcher. is not being recognized over the fucking Steam shit. Because he has his Steam in offline mode all the time because I'm constantly using Steam. And the backdoor for actually being able to use the save across multiple PCs is actually by turning the other ones into offline mode, because Steam doesn't recognize the offline accounts. You know, when it comes to the actual library being shared within one household. That's how that's how, you know, that's why I say that there's games that I have in my library that actually have more hours than what they do on Steam, because I've had Steam offline for them. Perfect example, my Siege shows 1,200 on Steam, but it's actually over 1,500 hours total. So, it's one of those weird areas. Now, what's funny is I put 30 laps of fuel in this car. We've done 20 laps already. Or we're on the 20th lap in this session. How ironic it is that I'm last in the session right now. That figures. That figures so much. Like, literally right now, the way I'm playing this is I'm just literally running practice. And if the game goes live, it goes live. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And we will run this race at this point if the game doesn't, you know, go live within the next... I'll say this. If the game doesn't go live before 11, this will be what we stick with. Because at that point, there's no point in me starting the new one on stream today because I won't have enough time to do anything. Oh, I know. I know. That would annoy me. That would annoy me. Like, I'm expecting with my career save in the new one, I'm already expecting to be, you know, running a lower difficulty slightly because I'm still planning to run as Mercedes. You know, because, well, why wouldn't I? They are my team after all. But, at the same time, you know, I still will want competition. You know, I'm not going to be one that just goes ahead and says, oh, I'm third on the performance board, I'm going to cut it to 50% and I'm going to lap the field. No, I'm not like that. No. As a matter of fact, it's worth noting that I have this set to equal performance, 85% difficulty. And the 2 races I ran over the weekend, at 2 of the 70-lap track races, both of which, I only lapped 1 car through the entire thing. 1 car! You want to take a guess who it was, by the way? His last name has the word pin in it.
So far, our fastest lap is a 1:26.1.
When I said this game has at least one thing right, it's the fact that Mazepin is absolutely the worst freaking driver Haas could have picked. But now watch. We'll go from 20th to 1st in this 1 lap.
There's only 1 lap of fuel remaining.
Ready? You ready? Here we go. From last to first, in a single lap run.
Okay, you need to come in before you run out of fuel. Pit within 2 laps.
Thank you, Sarah says, by the way. Which, want to state this again. Steer assist was on in this game. It is going off when we start the new one. I'm going to attempt to try to relearn the game again with the new one. With the new car, the new arrow, the new handling, all that stuff. I'm planning to go back to freaking driving these cars properly. Unless, of course, they still have not fixed my steering rotation. But based on something I saw in the deep dive videos, it looked like they did fix
This lap, please.
that.
Box this lap. When
Because they
driving
gave you a
with the
choice on,
assist
you know,
disabled, you'll need to be
selection
mindful
on
of your
the
speed
actual
when entering the pit
rotation.
lane. If you hit the limiter line too fast, you'll pick up a penalty.
Which I set
Watch
my
the on-screen
default
prompts that show your
real
target speed and distance
settings
to the limiter line.
to what they default the wheel to, the wheel options in the new one to, based on what I was seeing in the deep dive video. 4 seconds, by the way. Oh god. Bro! What the? Why? Why?
Well done. That's P1.
Bro! Why? Why is it the only track where this occurs? I'm so confused. Why is this the only track at 85% where I'm still able to run 2 seconds faster than the entire field? I'm so confused. It just doesn't make sense. Second and a half faster. Okay, fine.
Okay, just want to remind you to keep an eye on your tyre usage. We have to give 2 sets back at the end of this session, so they'll be unavailable for the rest of the weekend. We'll hand over the 2 most worn sets, so...
And the radio message he was giving there, it's an interesting thing, and that's a game-specific sided thing. That's not real life at all. And even if it is, they give a hell of a lot more sets in total. They get a lot more sets than what the game gives you in total anyway. I don't think that the number of sets the game actually gives in tire allocation is actually correct at all. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Because like I said, again, this game is supposed to be over for me as of today, but, well, as we edge closer to 10 o'clock, and that maintenance window being over, supposedly now, and Steam has its changed still. Which is what's really getting concerning to me. Trust me, you'll know when my Steam is doing something because the stream will actually start to act up. And that will be because Steam has started to download the game or unpack the game. Because it's already downloaded. It just needs to be unpacked. That's the biggest thing, is it's pre-downloaded, preloaded and everything else, and it just needs the initiation code to actually unpack itself. It's literally the smallest bit of code ever. That's why I don't get why it's doing what it's doing. But like I said, it's purely an EA and Steam communication issue. Because you have to realize something, that the moment I launch the game, it's going to immediately want me to, you know, log into my Origin account, which I've already done, accordingly. So that way then the game data could be, you know, the information could be transferred over to EA servers, and the game will be added to my EA library at that point. but yet I'll still need Steam to launch the game accordingly. The upside to it being this way is that my Steam account can actually be offline. My Origin account needs to be online, though, for it to communicate to the online services, which is fine. I have no issue with that. I mean, I've done that with, Siege with Ubisoft, so I mean, it's not a big deal if I need to do it. But the fact of the matter is that we're getting to a point now where this is going to be the first time I bought early access, and I'm not going to get the full 3 days out of it. For the first time. And I'm irritated. Because it's just like, it irritates me because it seems like a waste of money, a partial waste of money, but at the same time, what more can I do? Really, what more can I do? Because I'm not going to refund the game. Fuck that, no way. Like, I want the game. Too much. For me to want to just refund it because of a small issue. And hearing people claiming that they've refunded the game just because of this, really, it just shows how little they actually care for the game. I'm willing to be patient and wait and lose a day of early access just for this game because I want it that much. Because you have to understand something. There's a deeper reason to why I want it, and it's because I have a deeper love for the sport of F1 than other people. I love F1. I want the game purely because it is the new car, the new era, purely that. It's not for any other reason than that. And I'm trying to stay, as up to date as I can with the series. But at the same point, this is where I'm going to get a little bit controversial in a way, because I don't know if I'm buying the next game. Because I know the car is going to be the same next year. The only difference with next year's schedule is the potential loss of Monaco and Las Vegas. That's really it. Outside of that, I don't see a need to buy the game at that point. This is where, when I started with this series, okay, let me explain that. When I started with this series, I told my dad it was an every other year series. That you didn't need to buy the game every year. Because the major changes only came every other year. Well, then from 2018, 2019, and 2020, you had very distinct changes done to those cars. Things that were very, very unnoticeable. So, but it did change things. Same with this car. This car has the harder sidewalls that we went to. And some other minor changes. But this new era car, the list of changes goes from here to about, let's just say the list of changes are about 6 pages long in total. So that in of itself is a problem. Which is also why it scares the shit out of me. Which is why early access for me meant even more with this game, because this new car is going to be a whole new environment to learn. Not just, we're not just going back into, with this game I was walking back in thinking the game was going to react and handle and drive the same as the 2020 game did. That's how I walked into this game. The fact of when I turned into a corner for the first time in time trial, and my wheel went from, center to 3/4 of the way turned for a small corner, and what used to be my old rotation, said, wait a minute, something's wrong. And I couldn't adjust from that. I couldn't. It literally, no matter how many different changes I made to my wheel rotation, settings in the actual thing, I couldn't find anything that would give me consistency. The only thing that gave me consistency with this game is steer assist. Okay? Now you have to understand something. I aim for consistency. Meaning that when I turn in, I expect the car to actually respond. Although that was a weird bounce. That was probably one of the weirdest bounces I've ever seen this car do. But I expect the car to respond the way that I want it to when I turn in. Because I follow the racing line literally on point. I turn in with it, I go with it, I aim to hit that line every single part of the lap. No, I'm not just saying that that's the AI doing that. No, I'm not saying that that's just the steer assist that's making that possible. No. No, my mindset has always been that way. If you don't believe me, I have some 2020 streams up on my YouTube channel that prove that, where steer assist didn't exist. And I was able to drive the car on that racing line 85 to 95% of the time. Like, I'm glued to the racing line. Always have been. Because the thing is you have to understand something. When I'm watching these guys go around these tracks, I visualize the racing line that they're going through, the corners with, and I watch their turn-in point. Every time they show an in-car, I watch the driver, physically, and see how much they turn in, and I try to mirror that when I'm doing my running. And in every game prior to this, minus 2014, 14 had a steer assist that was massively broken. From 16, 18, 19, 20, I was driving the cars all myself. No steer assist, just brake assist, traction control, what I call the standard racing assist that I tend to use for circuit-based racing games. Only because I have a huge tendency to either A, early brake and brake really hard, or over brake and lose too much speed. Aceta was teaching me how to find a balance between those, but Aceta is a different beast compared to a 1,000 horsepower F1 car. These cars are massively different from what a modern car is. Think about this for a second. This same track I've done in Aceta more times than I can account for. But my lap time in a normal stock car, or a normal high-end GT car, because, you're talking Porsches, Ferraris, Lambos, Mercedes-Benz, AMGs, the lot of, $100,000+ cars. The lap time in those is 2 minutes around this track. I'm shortening that by 39 seconds with this car. So braking and everything is a hell of a lot more crucial on this car. Because this whole car design is around that corner exit speed. Not entry speed. It's on the exit speed. As Lewis said it in multiple different races that he's won, what he actually ended up doing to better his lap time was actually braking earlier and getting a higher acceleration speed on the exit. Yeah, that's a real thing. With a normal, road car, it's about braking basically real early just so you make the corner because of the weight of the vehicle itself. This car, not the same beast in that way. Because let's remember that these cars only weigh, well, you figure that they're lifted by, you know, those telehandlers that can only lift so much. Telehandler cranes, they can only lift so much. So if one of those can lift it, it's obviously not a car that weighs a hell of a lot. I mean, to be fair, the engine's probably the thing that causes the most weight of this car. Probably. But at the end of the day, this car is a different beat. And if you see how late that I'm actually braking for that corner. By the way, 90% of why I'm so good around this track is actually because my setup pays a ultra low downforce setup. Like, it's got minimal downforce on it in total. It's 4 front, 2 rear, I believe is how he's got it set. The guy who made it. And his ride height's super low too, so it's a really, really good setup. Really fast setup too. But he did it for a Red Bull car, which is what's funny. But yeah, I'm still sitting here waiting. We're rolling around to 10 o'clock nearly. Can you believe I've almost done this whole session already? I mean, literally. Like, and I've not even been paying attention, to be honest with you. I've been out here on track running, and I've not really been paying much attention because, literally, I've been so caught up and focused on the issue at hand, and my issue of, you know, the fact that I want to be playing something else, like something newer, and I can't, and it's driving me absolutely up a fucking wall right now. And I'm trying to keep my head focused on, you know, something to keep my mind off of that, and it's kind of backfiring right now. Still. Need to breathe. Alright. Final 3 minutes of this session, I'm gonna be silent, so. Well, and for some people, you know, having fun is a key part of it. And having fun is actually turning the racing line off. Yeah, that's true. You can have fun that way. But my fun is actually, you know, sticking to, you know, my methods, hitting my spots, hitting those apexes, hitting... I got the racer hack. So it's one of those things where me being perfection, or as close to perfection as you can be, means a lot more to me than being, you know, being as close to perfection as it can be is my definition of fun. I know that's a weird thing to say, but it's one of those things where, you know, I'm just wired differently. Where, you know, I've done 33 laps in this practice session, and to be honest with you, I don't even feel like that. So, anyway, final 2 minutes. I'm gonna be silent now. I need to breathe it. I still can't believe that, man. Sorry, I was looking at Twitter and just seeing if they had posted anything as an update on what was going on with the Steam edition of the Champion edition on Steam. If you bought it through Steam, like I did, because, well, in my honest view, Steam is the best source to buy your games. Period. Outside of, in terms of Ubisoft and their Uplay services is definitely better than Steam. In most cases. I'm saying that because there's still times where it's not always the greatest. But specifically around the fact of like when they do maintenance and they don't actually actively tell you that they're doing maintenance on their Uplay services, and then you can't log into your account, and it's annoying. But that's about the only annoyance I've had with them. And what's really funny is I own Siege and Far Cry 5 through Steam, and neither one of them have I had an issue with launching. Ever. Now granted, both of them I got massively years later after they first came out. But just, my mind is just so annoyed right now. I mean, that's why I went to my favorite track. Like, let's be fair. I'm running around my favorite track for a reason. Because this is the track that I call my precious home. You know, when it comes to F1 racing. Yeah, I got, Miami and, Canada and Austin that we'll be going to later on in the year. But this is my bread and butter course. This is the course that through all of the games.
The fun doesn't stop here though. Join us again as the rest of the
this has been the track that I've always dominated. From 14 to now, I'm undefeated at this track. I've never lost a race at this track. Never. Even through all my freaking GT running, I still haven't lost a race here. This is my baby. This is the one track out of all the games that I have that it just don't touch my Monza. Don't. It's too precious to me. Don't go there. Just don't. Like, but to be fair, I do know that Monza's not the most enthralling track. Alright. Well, we're gonna go do this practice anyway. Because it's gonna take some time for that to do its thing. So, I'll be paying attention to when that actually finishes. That's great that I'm seeing that now. Because it means that we may actually have some time. And also it means that, I can actually go forth with my plans of today, which is furthering uninstalling this one officially uninstalling it, because as tradition goes with all these games, when the new one comes out, I uninstall the old one. This was the only case where, because I knew EA was gonna fuck something up, that I didn't do that. But I will tell you this. I'll say this now since we're already this far into the day and everything else. This is the track we're going to in the new one. We will run a test race today in it. Basically get some sort of idea of what's going to go on. And primarily because I'd rather run in a practice session around this track, my most dominant track, my most beloved track. And let me just say that a lot of people would say that that would be my Abu Dhabi, that would be my beloved. No. 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 Because my heart has always been with Ferrari. Since I started PC gaming, and this is something I need to explain now. My love of PC gaming came from a game called Test Drive Unlimited 2. What was my favorite brand in that game? Ferrari. Had 8 Ferraris in one house. I called it my Ferrari garage. It was my home. It was my home. It was my thing. Knowing that this track was actually the Ferrari test track for many, 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 many years, and actually, in fact, still is in some aspects, proves why I love this track. It's a deep love with Ferrari that I have. Yet, here's the screwed up part. I still want to run for Mercedes in the new game. The screwed up part of that is the fact that I still want to race in Mercedes in the new game. Nothing against Ferrari, by the way. Nothing against them. No, it has nothing to do with Ferrari themselves. Okay, so, we're just gonna keep going here. We'll probably run this session out too, to be honest. Maybe. But I want to also say this, though, too. I know that there's a bunch of shit that hits YouTube with the new games every single time because of the creators that get a hold of it for early testing and whatnot. I never watch any of that stuff. I walk into the game 100% blind. Every fucking time. The only things that I know are things that the devs release physically. And again, like I said, they do talking. They tell you what they did. But you don't truly know what they did until you get behind the wheel of the car yourself. That's why I've said for the longest time that the other thing is that, well, yes, I have had a run and used my controller on my other PC normally when I was playing. Over the weekend, I played this game with my wheel. And that was because I, you know, really wanted to, in truth. Because I was doing everything in my power to prep for today. Everything of the last week has all been purely prep. mentally, physically, everything. That's why it was 2 lap races on top of, in each one of the practices I did 30 laps at each one of those 70 lap tracks. 30 laps in each practice session. That's 90 laps by itself. When I say I'm a racing head, I don't care to be, you know, fast or this or just, you know, get to the race as quickly as possible in most cases, actually. I actually do enjoy doing just practice and getting to know the track, learning the track, you know, things like that, learning the car. That's why practice is so critical to me, especially with this new game, if I actually go through with my plans, which I'm planning to. Although, if this game does keep doing that, I will actually quit and let the update go through uninterrupted. Because that staggering is getting real bad and it's really hurting my vibe right now. Oof. But see, the screwed up part is, the reason why I don't want to do that is because I'm fearing that the moment I do that, it's going to unpack and then I'm still not going to be able to launch the fucking game. Because that's how fucked up EA is. But you know what? We're gonna do this. We're gonna do a little bit of running in first person because, believe it or not, my plan is to do a lot of running in first person with the new game. Except at Monaco. Monaco's the only exception. Monaco is just a little bit too terrifying for me. Now everybody will say, oh, but you're gonna just go right into time trial, right? No, I'm not stupid. Time trial doesn't help you. Because they set the tracks up a specific way for that. Time trial is completely pointless to run. Unless you want to be on leaderboards and that stuff, there's no other reason to run it. You want to be on the leaderboards, go for it. But I don't care for the leaderboards because there's no point in me actually attempting to go for a top run because, well, to be fair. Yeah, it is. It is working. It's just, it's taken a while to unpack the actual game. Although, if I quit out of this, it would actually pick up pace tremendously. Which is what I'm gonna actually do. Because I really do want to play the new one. For freak's sake. Like, I really do. Like, this is killing me so much. Although it is the smallest of the games. Yeah, it's saying it's gonna be fucking 30 minutes before it's actually finished. So what do we discuss for 30 minutes? Well, I mean, we got Silverstone this week. That should be a good race. Hopefully it will be anyway. One can hope. I mean, in terms of, you know, the trends, okay, of the past several times we've been at Britain, if we go based off the trends, it's going to definitely be a better British GP because it more than likely will not be a Lewis win. More than likely. Let's just be realistic here for a moment. Like, that Mercedes car is not anywhere near fast enough for that. But they could surprise us. It's not unheard of. I mean, to be fair, I was actually kind of surprised that Lewis actually won the race last year, to be honest with you. I know that a huge portion of that contributed because of the red flag, but because Mercedes was actually able to go in and fix the suspension that actually broke. One of the suspension bars actually broke. Not one of the upper or lower arms, it was actually one of the internal ones that when they actually tapped Max and Lewis, it actually broke one of those bars, which they could fix during a red flag. So in the end, the red flag did help Mercedes, because otherwise Lewis wouldn't have been able to finish that race. But at the end of the day, Lewis did not have the same car after that, you know, little tire tap. That's why it did take him time to recover from that. But, you know, as I've said before with Lewis and, you know, Mercedes, they are a determined beast that you don't want to mess with too much, because they'll make you rue the day you messed with them. And, you know, in the end, you know, Max won the championship. I'll give him that. You know, whatever. But at the end of the day, we all know who really won the championship last year. Look at those final 4 races. Seriously, look at the final 4 races. We know who really won the championship last year. And that was Mercedes. Period. Lewis may not have gotten the driver's title. But to be completely honest with you, I actually don't actively look at the driver's title that much. Primarily because I'm always winning in the games and everything else, so I don't typically look at the driver's title because of that. I look at the constructor title. And I focus on that. Fuck. I just realized if I pick Mercedes, I'm either booting Russell or I'm booting Lewis. Ugh. And that's what makes me want to do a cheap save now. Fuck. I just thought that through. I'm like thinking, wait a minute, I want to race his Mercedes, but now I'm thinking about it, I don't. That's the internal battle I'm having right now in my head. Ooh, I'll actually have to set the game separately. second. I feel that that title fits a little bit better. Because at this point, that's what it is that it's a patience game. Not only waiting for Steam to freaking finish unpacking this, which takes way longer than it should. But today's been all about patience. Although, to be fair, I think it's actually smaller than the previous game. Come on, Steam. Just keep a consistent freaking disk usage, please. Like, seriously. Like, I get a lot of people are doing the same thing I'm doing right now, but still. Like, if you have a peak download speed of 40 megs, like, come on now. Can't seriously tell me that it needs to take this fucking long to unpack this. I mean, seriously, look at that. Look at how unstable that disk line actually is. So inconsistent. And I know that the unpacking fluctuation is not actually on the hard drive usage. It's on Steam servers. As people actually migrate from downloading off of the actual, unpacking process and that stuff, it opened up more space, so then Steam reacts accordingly to give you faster pace in turn. But in reality, they should actually just set basically everybody to a minimum and run it like that, and you'd actually be more consistent. It still amazes me, though, that the download speeds are up over 40 megs now on Steam now. Like, that's actually pretty insane. Yeah, holy shit. This one is 86 gigs. Base size. And this is 44. Base size. Wow. That's... Why does that seem like that can't be right? me just close some of this other stuff down. Try to have as minimal shit as I can have running. Close Spotify because I'm not going to use it today. Because we're already way too late in the day already, as is. Jace Gordon, the task manager, my CPU is running at 99%. Wonderful. When is it at, though? With this PC, that doesn't actually surprise me too much when it does that. So hopefully by 10:30 we'll be in. Because 11 we're pushing it a little bit too much. Yeah, see, keep it right there. Keep it right there. Stop it right at 40 meg and I'd be happy. Literally, like, just leave that disk usage right at 40 meg and I'd be happy. Steam, like, literally, please. Like, that's fast enough. Like, any faster, it's a bonus, but, like, seriously, 40 meg... That's how I feel on it. Like, if you're peaking out at 42 meg for the download, okay? Peak the disk usage at the same point. I know that there's times where it could go faster, like right now. Up over 50 meg there. But, seriously, you set it to a base of 40 meg or matching of, you know, someone's download piece. And this process is a hell of a lot more simple and a lot faster than what it is. I mean, yeah, 40 megs, yeah, we would all love, I'm pretty sure, we would all love gig, you know, download speed. But, let's be honest, gig download speed would be a bit much. Not to mention the fact hard drives can't even support that, truthfully. So yeah, you could have a gig download, but, you know, your hard drive can't write that fast. And with gaming specifically, I still recommend hard drives over solid states. Still, because you're heavily writing. So, but I do say that if you need to, I'm starting to say, at least now, that if you need to, for storage, raw storage, you know, files or pictures or something that you're not modifying a lot of, solid state's not actually the worst situation you could go with. As a matter of fact, a friend of mine, he actually takes games, installed games that he has, and he actually moves them off of his main hard drive onto a solid state drive, and then when he wants to play them, he moves them from that solid state to his hard drive, and that's how he actually balances his hard drive space. So he doesn't ever actually have to reinstall the game, he just has to remove all the files. He's an IT. He's actually, you know, intelligent, and for someone like me, that's a little bit too much work. 9 gigs away. Another 5 minutes. And the title will change as soon as we get in. I will then change the title to, you know, accordingly. To what I've done with all of the games when they come out. Now, I will tell you this. for the test race we're doing today, I'm setting the difficulty accordingly. I'm turning adaptive AI off because fuck that. I'm setting the difficulty to where I think is going to be a good starting point, especially with me having to learn this new car and the handling and that stuff. So I'm going to set the difficulty accordingly. I'm determined this time to actually really learn this game. Where with the 21 game, I was less determined because the car should have still handled the same as the previous game, and it didn't. And that caused the wreck. Where with this one, I'm walking into a game that I have no idea how this car's going to react. And here's the kicker. That's how I walked into the 2016 game. Not knowing a damn thing about the car, not knowing how to drive it at all. And of course, I'm the guy who says, okay, let's go to Monaco first. Because I'm that brilliant. Wasn't the worst idea I had. I mean, it took quite a few rewinds to get through that. Was definitely several mistakes made during that period of time, but it was definitely the right track. Oh, God. And what's funny is on the Twitter page for the game, they still haven't actually announced that it's actually fixed yet. For Steam. That's hilarious, man. How much longer are you gonna fucking take, Steve? Come on. Come on. Come on, I wanna play. For fuck's sake. Please. Are you fucking kidding me? Steam, seriously. God, I hate Steam sometimes. Seriously, this is ridiculous. This should not take nowhere near as long. You just unpacked all the files. Now you just have to move the files to the allocated space in your library thing and launch the fucking game. How hard is that? Like, why does the install process take 4 times as long? Like, what the hell? For fuck's sake. Come on. Want a race, man. Now you're starting to see my impatience really starting to come out because I'm getting really annoyed. Because I want a race. I got shit to do, man, still, too. Well, I don't, actually, but... You know, I'm still working on a time constraint, technically, because I don't actually know if my dad's coming home, when he's coming home. So, I don't really know how much time I actually have, in truth, which is what's driving me insane, too, because I don't really know where I stand on that front, so, yeah. That's why I've still been ending my stream at roughly the same points, because it's still giving me, you know, the knowledge of everything else. And it allows me to move over to my other PC for, you know, me to do other things. Like yesterday, for example, I spent after I did my race yesterday and shared it on my Discord, I did share everything from the Monaco race yesterday on my Discord, except qualifying. But that was because qualifying was irrelevant anyway. Finally. I mean, it just took a hell of a jump there. We have been waiting almost a year for this day. Holy hell! Okay. I don't remember them ever having to do this. Fucking hell. Damn. Fucking hell.
And that is going to take some fixing. Bottas all over the back of Leclerc.
Seriously, who? Look. Give me a second. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So now I can close that. I'll just leave that alone. Sure. I'll subtitle on, obviously. So good there.
Hello and welcome to F1 Life, the new hub of F1 22. A glimpse inside the prestigious and alluring lifestyle of Formula One. Your own personalised space where you can customise the appearance of your location, view past triumphs and career highlights, watch replays and customise your driver avatar, and of course, admire your fabulous supercar collection. This is your F1 life. Most importantly, you can visit drivers that you see in your F1 life, or any of your F1 life is your. These are the to get your collections.
Alt tab back. Why are you not getting the camera down?
Don't forget, you can. From customize, you can find.
Oh, wow. Okay, they did a lot. Stop that. music is kind of annoying.
You can display. These are the.
Upside to pre-ordering the Champion Edition.
I wish you gave me a reason that you were better at leaving. That you got your kicks from seeing me low. I always let the good ones go. Don't want the kisses unless they're bitter. I'm hooked on touches that leave me weaker. I swear that I love nothing more than broke. I always let the good ones go.
Hey, loyalty. Nice. For once, they actually credit the loyalty. That's funny. That's not a typical Code Master thing. Alrighty. So, sit rep. I don't know how to think so far.
Lay you down easy. I'm trying, 'cause you're everything I spend my whole life fighting. So when I walk away, it's not your fault. I always let the good ones go. And maybe you couldn't have loved me any better, but doing this is all
Fuck, that new Abu Dhabi change is gonna be weird to go to.
ones, 'cause they're all alone. I always let the good ones go.
Why are you continuing to look up? Like, what the fuck? Oh, I know why. Hold on. Hold on. That's why. There we go. Okay, that should fix the problem. There we go. With the setting I had set. I can't believe they actually got my Mercedes car. Okay. Let's set this up. We will start with steer assist off. See how it goes.
Trains hit me, I replay to keep you with me. Better to have had than not at all. We were chasing stars across the county lines, two imperfect pieces with our fingers intertwined. And I would do it all again, knowing I'd be left behind. Oh, what a time.
We'll set the difficulty to 50 as a baseline. Reduce. Statistic, close off. Good, they did keep that option. That's a good thing. I'm really starting to actually hate the music now. Now, I'm not touching any of this until it later. I gotta figure out what they did first. I gotta see how the car reacts first.
Oh, I'm hurting, but I'm still certain that when the pain comes back in waves, yeah, it was worth
Mercedes move to the top of the table.
O'Connor lines up on pole position.
Tell me, Ant, how did they manage to achieve this win?
Fuck. I actually like his better. Actually, that's better. Yeah, that's actually better. So, bring the master down. Bring these down just a little bit so you guys can actually hear me. Oh, but they took out, yeah. Damn. Ooh. Okay. Shit. We'll go to that option then. Alright. Here we go, boys. Although, I don't like the fact that I'm not feeling any force feedback in my wheel right now. That bugs me. Immediately. Like, I know there will be force feedback once I get in game, but that bugs me that in the menu screen, there's nothing there. F1 22. Monza. My baby. My precious track. Okay, first thing to note, holy hell, the difference! Although this screen still is the exact same from the previous game. Wonderful!
There'll be a lack of rubber out on track, so take it easy for the first couple of laps.
Ooh, like that. Okay. Did they not give enough super camera again? God damn them. Okay, first impressions, not enough force feedback. But I think I know why. Let me go in to here. I think I already know why that is. Go in here, crank the wheel dampen up. Although 100 may be too much, but the only way to know for sure is to try it and see what happens. Nope, there's still very, very little force feedback there. Okay, and it's still very, very fucking loose. Still, but, it's loose because I'm rusty. It's not loose because the steering rotation's bad. No, it's loose because I'm rusty as hell. It's been a long time since I drove one of these cars out. In proper form, so it's gonna take me a little bit of time. Well, I can see one screen breaking at some point. Already.
We don't have the data for that, I'm afraid.
Oh my god, okay, yes, that's a little bit. That's still way too loose. Like, why do I have, like, literally no force feedback whatsoever? Like, what the hell? Like, that's gonna drive me up a wall so fucking fast. Because it is so fucking loose. That's better. A little bit, at least. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Let's return to the garage. Think I know what I'm doing wrong here. Think I already know what I'm doing wrong. Go to the balanced, for one, which will slow me down, but two, I need to get off of the soft tire.
The report's good, we're looking at a dry session.
I need to get off the soft tire. I need to go onto a tire that is slower. I need to get a feel for this car. I can't do that when I literally have basically, well, as of right now, it seems like I just have to, the turn in is so far not the greatest because there's so little forces going against the tire, which is weird.
You're leading the pack, that's P1. And just behind us are Alonso, Tsunoda and Stroll. Currently the fastest lap is at 1 minute 24.9.
Oh, it's so loose. I don't like it. I don't like how loose the force feedback is right now. It's bugging me so much.
Okay, just want to remind you to keep an eye on your tyre temperatures, which you can do on the temperature panel of the MFD. We monitor carcass temperature and surface temperature, and you'll get the best performance when they're both inside a normal operating window. Surface temps tend to fluctuate faster, so try a few laps with the data open and get a feel for how to control them.
I think that may have just been the smartest decision I've made of this practice so far. Move down to lean fuel and bide some time. Oh my god, I get it now. I know what I'm doing. GT is actually biting me in the ass right now. That's what I'm doing wrong. And that's what I'm doing. Motherfucker. I knew it. I knew I'd figure it out. Eventually. It just took freaking a few laps to figure it out and actually slowing the car back down. Okay. Okay. I get it now. But I'm definitely not ready to speed the car back up. And we're definitely not in a position right now to say that I can confidently race. No. No, 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 no. We got a long way to go before that.
Okay, Sonoda's behind you.
Okay, so we got that corner down now. Now it's just getting the first apex. The first corner right. Oh, I like what they did with the tires. How they did the tire temperature screen on the actual physical wheel. I like that. That's actually really cool.
You're in first position, front of the pack. And we're in front of Tsunoda, Alonso and Stroll. The fastest lap at this point in time is a 1:24.9.
She is so loose though. Like, the responsiveness of the car in this game is ridiculously loose. Ridiculously loose. And I just hit the first corner. But I think I know why. Okay, first off, I need to get out of this camera. I need to adjust my cameras too. I need to move them back and quite severely. Because what's happening right now is that because of my positioning, I'm also partially screwing up because I'm not used to having the camera so close up on me. But right now, I actually kind of want to keep them where they are because what I'm noticing.
Please repeat, you're breaking up.
What I'm noticing you're running right now is as the track is rubbering in, I'm getting more grip and gaining more confidence around the track, which is good that I'm seeing that dynamic change. great. The problem is that if it's as severe as what I'm starting to feel, I'm really not gonna like this game for the first little while, because to say that I basically have 0 grip and now all of a sudden I have grip, no, because that's twice now I've actually hit that corner pretty flawlessly. But then again, maybe it's just because I'm finally starting to get in sync with myself again and actually refinding, you know, my ability around these tracks. Because like I said before, I have the racer head. Naturally, I just have that mindset that I will get there. I will find that balance. And as we get there, you know, my pace will get better.
Leading the pack, that's P1. And just behind us are Perez, Tsunoda and Alonso. Currently the fastest lap is at 1 minute 24.9.
Let's bring up the fuel mix now. I'm really not liking how responsive this car is right now. Because it's so responsive. Like it literally is. Like the smallest amount of turn, and it's responding to that. Yeah, let's...
Okay, we've got 4 laps of fuel remaining.
Hold on. Let me go to the OSD screen. There's something not on that I want on now. 2 things, actually. Change that. Okay. That's all that's set. Now we are going to move this back to the offset. Wow, 250 degrees? Fuck, that's warm for an engine. yeah, wow, the response on the car is so different. Like how responsive it's reacting. I'm still not happy with the amount of force feedback I'm feeling because I'm basically feeling absolutely none through most of the lap, which is ridiculous based on the wheel damping specifically is for so you feel the forces on the tires, and I'm feeling nothing. Nothing. Like, and that's putting me off. Which is why we're gonna test something now. Let's see something. Turn this on. I want to see something. Okay, that's interesting. So, the steer assist in the previous game, as I'm just playing that, gave more force feedback. This steer assist doesn't give more force feedback, but it gives you more guidance on the actual turning. So it's not, you know, doing as much of the work as what it did in the previous game, which is good. That means that, you know, for someone like me, it will actually help me evolve into this new era a little bit more, which is what I want. But it's, you know, giving me a little bit more of the freedom. Because see, like right there, I actually turned in a lot more, and it actually followed what I did, but held that, you know. Because I did actually turn in where I cut that corner, that was me. That wasn't the game, that was me. So there is a difference now between the two series, and this one is definitely better, as of right now. But we're gonna do just a couple more laps of testing with it. One of them is going to be a hot lap code, which is going to be this next one. Because I think I'm going to end up going back to using the steer assist because it's not anything to do with the game physically this time around. It's actually...
Okay, you need to come in before you run out of fuel. Pit within 2
actually
laps.
Something that I see them fixing down the line. Right now, the wheel is feeling way too light on its force feedback, and I think it's an issue within the game itself. Something the devs screwed up, not anything that is my fault, not anything that, you know, they could have been
pit assist disabled,
right off the
you'll
rip.
need to be mindful of your speed when entering the pit lane. If you hit the limiter line too fast, you'll pick up a penalty. Watch the on-screen prompts that show your target speed and distance to the limiter line.
It's nothing the devs did personally. It's physically impossible for them to have tested every freaking wheel before, you know, the release of the game. It's just not possible. So to get the force feedback right off the bat is a long shot from hell. And I know that. So I give leniency on that. It just means that for right now, I'm not comfortable with how little force feedback there is.
Okay, we've only got 1 lap of fuel remaining.
They've screwed with me though. They switched the radio and that. Ugh. Box this lap.
Right, let's have you in at the end of this lap, please.
Now this will be the key point. This will be the real test of the series because I'm not going to turn down pit road. I'm going to come out of the corner normally. I'm going to see what the game does. This will be a real test of what the Cirrus actually is doing. Because if the Cirrus is actually in fact driving the car for me, I'll know immediately based on how it reacts on this pit road lap. And it doesn't, it's not an outright force down pit road, but it does still do everything in its power to make sure you go down pit road when you say to go down. But you can definitely force it the opposite way. A little bit more convincing. But here's the key, and this is the big part. I'm actually going to stop the game for a moment. The key part here is the biggest difference with this game versus its predecessor is I can actually turn the Cirrus off at any point. The game, I have enough of a feel that I feel comfortable that I could do that at any point. However, I still think we are a little bit too early in the game for me to be able to fully go away from it. It's one of those things where it's an assist that I want to break away from. I do. But this car is so tricky already to learn in the first place that I don't necessarily feel comfortable yet.
Okay, so far our fastest lap is a 1:24.3. That's Alonso behind.
That's why I came to Monza, too, is because this way what I can do in this session is very important. But I'm starting to think I need to set a button for my fucking camera. lap, I'm actually using ERS how I would normally do it in the race, specifically. Ooh. Yeah, there's not a lot of force feedback there. Still, though. That's the one thing that's bugging me about this car, or so far with this game, is that there's so little force feedback that because I don't have the resistive force of the force feedback kicking in, I'm turning in too much. And it's causing me problems. Instead of giving me the resisting force that it should be, I'm feeling nothing, which is why I'm turning in a hell of a lot more for that section there. Steer assist actually saved me there, because I turned in literally about the same amount as what you would do at Monaco for that corner. Yeah, way too much. But that's because of how loose my wheel feels. At 100% force feedback on my wheel in-game, I should be feeling a force against my wheel every corner. That's actually fighting the car, because that's how these cars work. You feel that force. Seriously, like, if they would ask the driver to that when they're turning in, how much force behind that do they actually feel? They'll tell you a hell of a lot. So for the wheel to be as loose as what it is, really does bug me. Now, that said, I said we were gonna race there today, but we're not. Like I said, this is where, you know, my true running becomes a thing of trying a few different tracks, seeing a few different things. That was a good practice. Don't get me wrong. That was a very, very good practice. We learned a lot there. But what we didn't learn is something very, very critical. It's actually more important. Which is why the steer assist will come off again. But I need to go to a much more intensive track. Let's actually just do realistic. We're gonna keep the difficulty the same. We're picking Russell because of reasons. Okay. Keeping difficulty the same. I like the fact that the option on the sprint, you can do it across every track, and that's up for the Grand Prix modes. That's cool. That's actually pretty cool, because that means that you could do a sprint race at tracks like Abu Dhabi, for instance, but we're not doing one. That leads to a whole different possibility of things. Like, literally. Alright, steer assist comes back off. Because, like I said, this test that I'm doing without the steer assist comes down to a number of factors. This track will show another one of those factors kicking in because of one of the sections in it. The back sector. Now, the only difference I'm actually making here is I'm actually going to put 30 laps of fuel in, so it really slows me down. Wow, that's a lot of wing.
Okay, the forecast looking good for this session. We've got dry weather all the way.
That's one of the biggest differences. I'm not used to seeing that much wing on the car. Like, holy shit. Wow, that is a stiff front suspension. I'm feeling a hell of a lot more resistance there now. Still not 100%. And that may have just been the knife in the coffin for this year's entire race. Yep, no turn in whatsoever because the game is not breaking. Enough. When it should be, because, I mean, I'm braking literally 6 years before the actual corner. I mean, literally. Ah, but I turned the steer assist on and I still had the same problem. Oh, okay. Okay, so the steer assist is different. I like that. I'm actually quite happy about that, actually. The game is definitely a lot more aggressive on the throttle in this one, though, in this game specifically, versus its predecessor. Like, it actually is trying to accelerate way earlier. Yeah. Out of the corners, it's trying to accelerate a lot sooner. Ah, okay. Figured out that corner now. Just needed to let off a little bit earlier. Or let off with the braking.
Okay, just want to remind you to keep an eye on your tyre temperatures, which you can do on the temperature panel of the MFD. You monitor carcass temperature and surface temperature, and you'll get the best performance when they're both inside a normal operating window.
Wow,
surface temps tend to fluctuate
so
faster,
much,
so
man.
try a few laps with the data open and get a feel for how to control them.
Holy hell, that section is so different. Oh my lord. right now, though, too, is I'm running with 30 laps of fuel, and what I'm seeing is something I've not seen before.
Vettel's behind you.
In the past, with the game, running with high fuel, you would never run better than your first lap for some reason for a long period of time at a lot of the tracks. But this time around, I'm running right around that pace. Staying closer to that pace. Meaning my tires are actually, you know, reacting the way I expect them to, actually. I'm actually kind of surprised, because that's not something I was actually expecting to see. And it's not braking for that first bit anymore. It's letting off the throttle, it's not braking. So my third sector here is actually better than it was with the new layout. God, this is gonna be a fucking weird thing to figure out, man. Like, I don't know, still, I don't know which way I'm leaning towards, for sure, yet. You have to remember, I have 3 more tracks still to go. Monaco's on that list, Bahrain's on that list, and Imola is on that list. Today's the testing day because of reason. Figuring out what's going to be the best solution for us. Monaco will be last in that test, by the way. In this test, because I know that if I go there with steers off right now, I won't have the confidence. That first corner, that first chicane is so tricky, and the fact that I just ran an upper line on that line, on this line here, around that bit, that's not actually characteristic of everything, says that the steer assist is a little bit more, you know, in your control, and less in the game. Meaning that you actually still have a bigger influence on it. And believe it or not, because of that fact, because I know that, I'm actually turning in a little bit less to see, you know, what the game's gonna do. See how the game compensates. And this is where I said, sometimes using assist can actually be your biggest tool. If the assist is coded right.
Verstappen's behind.
Do it again, right there. I did it again, where I wait and turned in, and the game didn't immediately just go for the corner. It actually adjusted accordingly, which is a good thing. See how much hesitation there is, though, through that last section on the throttle? Like, it's pushing it, it's trying to, but traction control is just saying, nuh-uh. No, no, no. You don't get to do that yet. It's so good to be back in my Silver Arrow, though. Oh my god, it feels so good. Looking at this car, seeing it's silver, I love it. I love it! See all what it's doing there in the corners. That I like seeing, actually, because that means the game's actually trying to push it, meaning that the traction control is actually having to work, where with the previous game it wasn't doing that at all. Did I really just pass Lewis? I have more fuel on board. That didn't just happen. I did not just do that. I mean, I am using overtake, so or hot lap DRS, so I mean, I guess that makes sense. But barely. I'm running with way more fuel on board. But if you notice, the other thing I'm not doing, I'm not going in and adjusting setup. No. No, 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 no. You have to understand something. That's not my forte. I have very, very little knowledge when it comes to cars in that way, so, you know, if something feels good and feels right to me, you know, I go with it. I like the new tire wear HUD, by the way. That's actually really cool. I like that. Although I don't necessarily feel that the blue backdrop is necessary on the display. I kind of like the idea of it being more of an, you know, also liking noticing is that in practice, I'm noticing one key trend, and that's not a lot of soft usage right now.
Okay, we can take you this lap.
Overall, so far, I am liking what I'm seeing. The car is reacting quite nicely. The steer assist is a little bit more forgiving, per se. Although we'll really find that out here in a second. Yep. It does force you down pit road. So, that's the only drawback to it. So far. Out of everything. Is that it does force you down pit road when you decide to pit. Which is fine. I was planning to pit anyway. Because I now want to come out on softs with the same amount of fuel and everything.
The car settings screen on your multifunction display will allow you to change various settings.
Is we're going to actually see how this is actually a tire wear test. This is where I'm actually going to test to see what the tires actually do wear-wise. And the best tires to do that with is actually the soft. Softs have the shortest lifespan in most cases. So your best tire, if you want to do a true tire wear test, is actually your soft. What I mean by it's a little bit more forgiving the steer assist in bits. Did you notice where I was running that line? Yeah, it wasn't directly right where I wanted it to be. No. Not at all. As a matter of fact, it was actually a higher line. Yeah, it is. I actually was turned in more there, and that's why it was pushing me so far out, was because of how much I was actually turned in. Because I'm thinking the corner is so much tighter because of, you know, the fact I just ran here a few days ago. So I'm thinking that corner is a lot tighter, when in reality it actually isn't as tight as what it seems. I still don't like one thing that the game's doing right now. The shine on the outside of the soft tire. That should be gone within the first lap of that tire. Period. Because most times if you watch the actual guys go around the track on the soft, within 2 laps, that shine is off that tire. Completely. Because the softs don't have that lifespan to keep that on there. Another F1 life opener. Really? Okay. Whatever. I'm just running laps right now. To be honest with you, I don't even know how all that works anyway, so that's why I'm actually surprised by that, because it's just like, wow, really? Okay.
You're in first position, front of the pack. And we're in front of Leclerc, Verstappen and Hamilton. The fastest lap at this point in time is a 1 minute 29.1.
But what I'm liking right now is the fact that the lap time is staying around the same point. I'm really liking that because that's showing me exactly what I wanted to see. Now, if you were to ask me if my difficulty was high enough, no. Clearly, no. But that's not part of this running. This running is not about me being the fastest in the session or any of that. As a matter of fact, I may even set the next session to 85% difficulty just to see what happens. Honestly.
You're leading the pack, that's P1.
I like the fact that it's hesitation at the throttle when following behind. I like that. That's a lot better than what it was. Because it's not braking because of the car in front. It's hesitating. It's, you know, releasing the throttle, which is cutting the speed down, which is a lot better. Wow, it is not braking for that corner. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move my brakes up a little bit there. Just to see what that will do into that corner. Whoa! It doesn't like it through there, though. It did not like that change through there. I felt that one. Like, and that's one thing I am noticing is that you can kind of feel the car a little bit more, too. But again, because this is early stages and not a full, you know, finished, polished, because I know the game's going to be patched probably about 6 or 7 times throughout its lifespan. So, I know that where it sits right now is not where the devs want it. But it is, you know, in the state that they want Unfortunately, it will mean that Russell will not be with Mercedes because obviously my favorite driver is Lewis. So, me going to Mercedes means that I will take Lewis as my teammate, which means I won't have Russell. But I'd rather have that than start a team save just yet. Let me explore what the team save does and how the team save works everything out on my other PC off stream, and then we'll go from there. And then I'll make the final call for tomorrow's stream on what we will officially be doing. But I'm going to set a career up now. And we're going to actually start it now. On top of potentially doing a team save. I do actually like having the music in the menus. That's a nice little touch to have. But I'm mainly doing this so I can actually see how the new practice programs work. Okay. Skip to F1, please. No, we're too far in. Actually, since it's about rain first, we'll actually set the difficulty to 70 as a test. This will be a real push type test. Immersive, safety car standard, immersive, perk firmate off because of reasons. I always shut that off regardless. It doesn't matter which game it is. I turn that off because I just like to be able to adjust my setup accordingly whenever I feel it's necessary. Driver moves, R&D management, all that's good, all that's good. Perfect. Alrighty.
First things first, let's create your driver.
And to follow the previous game accordingly. I find it funny that it won't actually... Now, the fucked up part is it won't actually let me pick his name, yet it should. Which is why I choose, fuck. What do we go with here? I guess I'll go with that one. Since... And is my number still available to me? Yay! Good.
And now, let's focus on your driver's look.
that one. Radio victory call.
You guys gotta trust me. I'm taking you to battle, yeah?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Last but not least, we need to decide which team to sign with. Choose carefully, as once you reach F1, the team you drive for will expect you to deliver appropriate results.
This is the hard part. This is the real hard part because, you see, with Ferrari, it would be an easy choice for me to replace Sainz. With Mercedes, it's, do I go with the standard, you know, me and Lewis, or do I go with me and Russell? Oh, God. I gotta stick with what I know, though.
Great, that's everything we need. You can go back and edit anything we've done so far, and we'll come back here at the start of each season. But if you're ready to go,
let's do it. Alrighty then. This is a much different way of looking at this. Oh, you know, I really miss seeing Russia up there. I really do. God damn it, that's still gonna take so much.
our new parts have completed without issue. They'll be on the car ready for the next race weekend.
Oh, I see what they've done here. They did listen. Slightly. It's not perfect, but it's definitely a hell of a lot better. It's a lot more realistic method of doing it. Although, when looking at that upgrade board, that's frightening to me. How low some of these teams are, like, you know, the Indian one, everybody's kind of even, but it's everywhere else. I love how they say that up fourth. Ha! Ha! Okay, the game fucked that up because that's not right. There's no way. Mercedes has the highest freaking engine reliability. Like, Ferrari's had engine failures, Red Bull's had engine failures. Mercedes has had no engine failures. Mechanical problem, you know, with Lewis at the end of Spain, yes. But engine problem? No. Mechanical issue? Yeah. but it was a mechanical issue that they monitored throughout the entire race. I'm so nervous right now. I'm literally so nervous right now. I don't know why. Though, why am I so nervous?
Good morning and welcome to the team. I'm Ethan. I head up the R&D here. I'd love to stay and chat, but we've got a race to win. You'll find everything you need at your desk. Give us a shout if you need anything else.
We got a race to win. Oh, okay, that's a different thing. I'm actually gonna bring the difficulty down immediately to 60. I want it challenging, but I don't want, you know, it heat map display. Oh, okay, sure. I'll leave that on because I don't know what that what that's gonna do. That's the okay. Ah! Okay. So you can actually shut off the actual in-game soundtrack if, you know, certain songs of it if you don't want them. Cool. That's an old EA thing, though. You're talking, that's a fucking... That's not Codemasters, that's an EA thing. Like, that whole menu? It's showing shots all the way back to fucking... Days of freaking, SSX and shit. Like, that's going way back. Don't make this intro 6 years long, please. Please?
Hello, folks, and welcome to Paddock Pass, your
God
pre-race edition for this, the inaugural round.
I knew they were
of
going to do
2022 Formula One World Championship, and I've got to say, it feels great to be back. As is tradition, there is something of an air of a first day back at school on arrival here, but it's more than that, because the new era of Formula One has arrived. And with it, the eagerly anticipated new car regulations, which have been designed to help promote better racing. With clean sculpted lines, swooping rear and front wings, which should allow cars to follow each other more closely, new eye-catching 18-inch low-profile tyres, the return of ground effect, and a reduction of aerodynamic physical adornments, the new cars look strikingly different, all while improving safety and pushing the limit of technical ingenuity. So then, which teams have interpreted the rules most effectively, and which drivers will adapt to their new car the quickest, leading the charge against the rest of the pack? Only time will tell. As always, we can't wait for this season.
I do like the fact that they covered all the things so you could actually know what all the different changes were. I do like that. Granted, I knew all the changes. I've known all the changes and everything, but I do like the fact that they cover that in game because...
So this first race of the season is always quite difficult for us trackside and for those back at the factory as well, as it's the first time the car has run since winter testing. The more consistent mileage you can get in these sessions, the happier we'll be. Don't push the car just yet. Track is still green. Try to take it easy for the first couple of laps.
I'm so nervous, man. I'm so afraid right now. I've never been afraid in an F1 game. But right now I am. Woo-hoo-hoo! Remember to let off the that corner. Because it actually started to push it did an old thing. An old thing. That actually goes back to 2019 actually. Which was a unique thing. Now obviously for race strategy I will turn DRS assist off, obviously. Because that would negatively impact the race strategy. But for race strategy, I don't do it till the second session anyway, because it's a night race. So any day running would be beneficial to that program. Oh boy, here we go.
Okay, DRS zone coming up. Get ready to open it. Distance is on your MFD.
I like the fact that that number is actually progressed. The points are actually being counted right in front of your face. I like that. Although the thing I don't like is I don't know what score I need to hit. I know I'm not gonna get, you know, the purple and the optimal run of it because I really did not have a purple lap this lap at all.
Great stuff, mate. You've pretty much nailed this circuit. This is a really strong foundation
Okay,
to build
apparently I
from
did
over
get
the
the
course of the weekend.
Wow. First attempt. That's a bit mental. Aha! But they did do something. Rewarding, it's not about just doing that, you know, hitting the spots at a certain speed anymore. Consistency. Because did you notice I just hit all the first bit of that, the first lap I couldn't hit those corners, you know, based on what I wanted. But this time around, second lap around, and I've purpled pretty much everywhere. How? Because the game saw that how well I did the first lap.
Okay, test complete, and that was a really good job indeed. You got a lot of valuable information out of that. Well done.
surprised by that. So, because I didn't feel like I did that well. Like, I actually, believe it or not, as much as I love my Mercedes-Benz, I can actually feel it, that this car is not where it should be. Okay, okay. Hey, they brought the... Oh my. I like that. I like that. Oh, fucking hell, look at that. I mean, you got tire, time. Tire life, time. Like, that's mental, bro. I like them a hell of a lot right now. I see what they just did there. That is clever. I'll explain later what I just saw there, but if that's what I think I just saw, that means that if I do any additional running, it's gonna actually track that data too for the first time.
This test is all about tyre management. Try to control the slip through each corner and take extra care putting the power down at the apex.
Now here's that new graph that I was telling you about. This new heat map thing is something that's completely new. Although I don't like that. It still forces you to do the 3 laps, regardless. That's the only thing I don't like about that. Is that data is great for 1 lap, but that's not how you should look at that program. You should look at it for a 3 to 5 lap span. that's a little bit concerning to me. But we are gonna do one run of the race strategy right now. But first, go in, assist, DRS assist off.
Okay, we need a few solid laps here to help us calculate a good race strategy.
One other option I need to go in and turn off. Because if I'm going to keep the camera here, in this angle at least, I need that off. I need to be able to see.
Great lap, you nailed exactly what we asked for. Keep it up.
But the other thing I'm liking so far with this game so far is the adjustments that I've been noticing are very small things that I'm noticing that are different. But the things that, if you pick up on them, are a really good thing. Because it means that, you know, the game's not as perfect. It means that you do have to actually pay attention a little bit more. Unlike before, where I was kind of driving an autopilot. I want a little bit more of the inaccuracy.
Super job so far. We're getting great data. Stay focused.
You know, I want that, you know, this run to be, you know, I still want to have, you know, how to drive the car. You know, but having the inaccuracy of me being up above everybody else, that's just a difficulty thing. And that's something that, you know, as time progresses and as career save progresses, will change based on the fact that, well, right now I'm third on the performance board. So right now, I'm looking at that and seeing that, you know, I'm not the best car. But I want to be the best car regardless of that. So, it's a balancing act. Like I said before, it's a balancing act. I'm liking is, if you've been noticing, I mean, I'm literally running really,
Great
really
lap.
good.
You nailed
this
exactly
lap.
what we asked for. Keep it up.
But what's confusing is that the fact of the matter is the delta that it's showing underneath my belt, it's showing it there, and it's a little bit confusing because if you're not actually aware of what time you actually have to hit, like, it is a little bit confusing at that rate. That being where the actual position is of it. So it's a little bit odd, to say the least, but it's understandable.
Super job so far. We're getting great data. Stay focused. Perez is behind you. Okay, test complete, and that was a really good job indeed. We got a lot of valuable information out of that. Well done.
Hear all the hesitation on the throttle? Like, oh my god. There's so much of it. But I expected that, in truth, because it just... I mean, these tires are not, you know, the same, for one. But two, you know, they're... in theory, at least, they got less tread on them. So that wheel spin being picked up is very much a thing.
Understood. Stopping this lap.
That's a hell of a lot more realistic on the tire wear side, at least. Would agree. I mean, yeah. I'm actually surprised by that, actually. That it's... Oh. Hang on. Return to the garage. I want to see something real quick. Okay. So if you hit triangle, it will actually bring you right back to that. Okay. So the laps I run in free practice outside of that are tracked separately. It's actually shown.
Perez behind.
run this practice out. For sure. With this, I need to remember that my Indian wear, you know, I gotta be careful of that early on. So, dial the car back, you know, run some laps. Run the track, essentially, as much as I possibly can. Even though I am still using steer assist, but steer assist does not have the same benefit or, you know, same hindrances, and it's, you know, a little bit different in its own right. Although, I will say though too, I'm kind of surprised. You know, they were promoting, you know, that there was going to be more force feedback and everything else in their deep dive, and there's not a lot of my wheel. Now, I don't know if that's because of, you know, the port that I'm actually plugged into, if that's because of it, or if it has to do with, you know, the setting I have somewhere turned on that it shouldn't, or what. But feels like there's very, very little force feedback. You know, even in terms of, you know, going over the rumble strips, I'm not really feeling that. Like, I'm feeling them in the wheel, like, and I don't know if you can actually hear it, but you can hear them slightly. Reverberate through, you know, and everything else, but I'm not really feeling it. get used to the less force feedback of the game, but it definitely is still taking some time. That's what's really odd to me though, is I've only done 19, I've only done 18 laps. Yet, look at my engine. That's not accurate in the slightest.
Hamilton and Leclerc. Currently, the fastest lap is a 1:32.1.
And for the first time in this game, this will be the first time I actually run a practice session all the way to the end. Car definitely does like sliding around a little bit more as you get later in the run. I tell you, like they do definitely not like right now. Damn. Jeez.
The session has drawn to a close, so let's review our top three. Ace, Verstappen, and Lewis Hamilton.
By
What
4
an incredible
tenths.
practice session. The fun doesn't stop here, though. Join us again.
Fuck,
as
that
the
was a
rest
lot
of the
closer
weekend
than what I was
unfolds.
expecting it to be. Holy hell! Wow, okay. That was not what I was expecting. Yeah, there's no way that's right. 464 laps? No, that's wrong in every which way. Entire run is all about consistency.
Great lap. You nailed exactly what we asked for. Keep it up.
Okay.
far. We're getting great data. Stay focused.
Gotten later in this run though, have you noticed the difference in the time kind of being a little bit hesitant on how it's been running?
Great lap. You nailed exactly what we asked for. Keep it up. Job so far. We're getting great data. Stay focused. Program complete and a job well done. We got some excellent data with that run, so come on back to the garage and I can take you through the numbers.
5 for you. Not the top 5 I would have expected. That's amazing.
And with all the cars now over the line, let's see our...
Okay. We have a problem. Right now, but I'm not doing anything. We're going into qualifying next.
Okay, we seem to be having a few software issues at the moment. Sit tight for a few minutes while we reboot some things, okay?
Uh-huh.
race and their best lap time is at 1 minute 34.5.
Okay.
Fantastic, that was the fastest lap. Well done.
As if there was any doubt. Although, there was some doubt for me. Yeah, that's, quite terrifying. That's...
Okay, we've only got 1 lap of fuel remaining.
Okay. It was close. Real close for fucking pole. In that session, specifically. Like, that was awkward. Oh yeah, they did do exactly what I thought they were gonna do. All softs.
under 1:31.6.
Wow, Leclerc really did actually hold me off. Holy shit. That was not what I was
You've got pole
expecting.
position.
And with qualifying complete, let's review our top 3 today. Ace, Verstappen, and Sergio Perez. Goodbye for now then, but we are really just getting started. Make sure you join us.
But as I'm about to run this race, and I am actually gonna run it right now, even though it's nearly 1:30, I am gonna run it. We are gonna do it, and we're gonna do it at the difficulty it's at because I want to see what happens. Because based on what I see here, will be evident for what continues. Alright, who's playing Street Fighter? What the fuck? That's fucking weird. Bro, I swear, that is freaking... Oh my god, that's weird. Alright, let's do it. Fuck it, let's do it. No time's a wasting. This will be the first time I've ran a race in this game, in this new car.
No more testing, no more practice. This is the real deal. And it's make or break here at round 1 of this year's Formula One World Championship. Formula One returns to the desert today and this exceptional 3.36 mile circuit. 15 corners provide plenty of overtaking opportunities.
But see, I'd rather do a race like this right off the bat,
with Sakhir notorious
test
for eating
race,
up the rear
to
tyres.
see what's gonna
Watch out
happen.
for drivers managing their rubber at some point during the Grand Prix.
and then go forward with difficulty increases. And that's
Before
why
we
I'm doing
begin,
this.
let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Ace lines up on pole position, and Max Verstappen lines up alongside.
Even though I'm
Considering the rest of the
1.4
grid,
seconds faster
so
than
we
Max.
are here in 2022 at the start of another Formula One World Championship. It all begins here, the start of the next generation of Formula One. With the end of the second turbocharged era, a new dawn begins. New regulations have been brought in to promote better racing, with the two big standout changes being the wheel size increase and the aerodynamics on the car itself.
It's so
But
good
will
to
this
see that
result
side
in
by
us having a
design
repeat
in
fight
this game.
for the Driver
I
Championship?
literally...
Will Mercedes retain their Constructors' title? We have lots to discuss then with Anthony Davidson, who's joined me in the commentary box for today's event.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Let's hope for some good racing today as well. We can't know at this point how competitive the teams are relative to each other, but hopefully nobody's able to run and hide. We want to see these drivers pushing to the limit all the way to the checkered flag.
I agree.
Okay, let's convert this pole position into a win today. Good luck.
Oh. Okay, so that's what it wants me to do as the projected. That's what it wants me to do as... Okay. Okay. You know what? Okay. I'm only cutting my fuel down because I know for a fact I'm going to save fuel because I'm going to use ERS to some degree. Probably right off the start and that stuff, so... Alright, fuck it. Let's go for the insane strategy, right?
Okay, so everything looks good on the power unit cycles, so let's concentrate on bringing tyres and brakes up to temperature.
God, these tires really don't need much in the way of heating, do they? Holy hell. I'm not used to that. I'm used to having to really, you know, heat the tires up, but not with this tire. Clearly. Oh, shit. Okay, so me and Max are both on the soft. So that makes the start gonna be, you know, a pain. But then everybody, you know, the three that are behind me and him, medium, hard, medium. This is gonna get interesting. Or very boring. One of the two. Probably very boring. But, you know what? It's the first race of the new game. I'm right to be apprehensive about how the game's gonna react. Absolute worst case scenario, if it's... Oh shit, I didn't realize they meant actually driving all the way to your grid box too. What? Oh my god, this is weird. This is something I'm not used to.
Okay, incredible
Holy
parking
shit,
there. Nice
no
one.
way.
That's going to give you the edge if you can get good launch as the race starts. Okay, so that's the rest of the grid forming up now. Be patient and watch for those lights.
I'm not used to that. That scares me a little bit. Oh, I don't know. Holy shit, no wheel spin! That didn't just happen! No way in hell did that just happen?
That's P1. Sorry, we can't provide you with that information right now. Verstappen, behind you now. Your pit window opens in 15 laps time.
Okay. Let me just say this. They did it right. They did one thing right. Note the gap between me and the top three. Notice what's happening there. Notice I'm not really pulling away. That would be your adaptive AI kicking in. That's keeping the pack together. That's exactly what you wanted.
Great work. That's a new fastest lap of the race.
Although, not if that's gonna happen. You know what? I'm gonna let that happen because I have a feeling that was gonna happen. But I think I can still outmaneuver this. Alright. I'm gonna do something real quick. I'm gonna actually try something here. Okay, I had a feeling that wasn't gonna work. Because it doesn't fucking use ERS whatsoever. That's why I fucking don't use that assist anymore, because it doesn't fucking work.
Leclerc behind. Less than a second separates you. Okay, they're on old softs. Okay, they've got 4 laps on their tyres. We think they've got 1 more stop. Time last lap was a 1 minute 35.9.
Yeah, and I want to state this right here, right now. There's no fucking way. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Nice work, mate. That brings you up a place. Okay, be aware, the grip levels are going to start falling away soon.
You're gonna piss me off. This is how you're gonna play this game. You're bullshitting, game. You're gonna fucking say that I have no pace at 60%? Get out of my game. Get out.
Months of rumour and speculation all comes to an end today as we return to racing. So we are...
Launch map is good, but we need to learn the gears. So go into each one when you can. We're going to need some work on the brakes, so put some energy into them and warm the tyres as well, please. Okay, radar is clear, weather is looking good for now.
This is gonna become a problem. So, if I can't win this, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm doing it though. Right now. We're actually going for it. If we lose it, I delete the career save. I'm not starting this game like that, by the way. What I mean by that is that I will physically quit. I will save and quit, and then I will deliberately delete the save with one lap to go if I'm not winning this race.
Okay, not the best play. Okay, good parking there, mate. Now we need to make sure we get a great launch as the race starts. Okay, so that's the rest of the grid forming up now. Be patient and watch for those lights. DRS is being enabled this lap. We can use DRS when you're within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone.
Fuck you, game. Fuck you.
Strategy available on the MFD. So we're leading our teammate by 5.6 seconds.
You mean to tell me, okay, that I have no pace versus Leclerc? Zero pace against Leclerc. Just because I'm driving a Mercedes. Right. You're full of shit in every which way.
Try to stay with them. They might make a mistake and we could still regain the position.
Zero wheel spin Leclerc game.
Slowly gaining on the car in front. Try to keep up this momentum.
Fuck you, game.
Okay, no issues with tyre wear for now. Keep taking care of it. Gap to your teammate behind is 7.6 seconds.
Yeah, he just has no wheel spin. None! Why do I have 14 times the wheel spin and he has 0?
Leclerc ahead, and gap to the car in front is 1.1 seconds. Okay, they're on old softs. Their tyres are 9 laps old. We think they've got one more stop. Your last lap time was a 1:36.3. Right, you're falling back by 1/10 a lap.
Shit, game! There's no logic to his pace! Absolute bullshit! There's absolutely zero to his pace. There's no responding to that. That's bullshit. If you're going to do an AI system that's going to be better for competition, your AI should be able to compete with me, not fucking 6 seconds ahead of me.
No more testing, no... So we are...
Okay, so let's go through all the gears if we can. We need to make sure the engagement is okay before the start. We're going to want to put some temperature into the tyres and brakes. We need to keep the engine cool though, so don't go too high with the revs.
Right, and then I switch my pitch steady to the medium and hard setup. And now everybody else is on medium with me. And you're expecting this to be fair. Right, okay, whatever. So the last thing I have is literally that thing changed the setup to the increase where it was before. And that's literally all I can do. There's literally nothing else I can do.
Superb parking there, mate. Let's make sure we get the edge on the surrounding drivers as the lights go out. Keep an eye on the lights. The start sequence will begin as soon as the grid is formed. Be ready with the clutch.
Yeah, I just have no grip. Clearly. No grip. Brand new fucking tires and I have no grip. Right. Whatever. Keep bullshitting, Leclerc.
gap ahead is 0.8 seconds. They're on fresh softs. Their tyres are 3 laps old. We think they've got one more stop. And the time last lap was a 1 minute 36.1. Okay, you're dropping back by around 0.2 each lap. So we're leading our teammate by 3.4 seconds.
This will actually be a real good test or something. Fine game. Fine. Fine. We'll just chill and wait.
We need to get past. right, keep pushing. You're gaining on the car ahead.
Right. You're gonna tell me that my medium tire is just as worn as his soft. That's what you're trying to tell me right here. By him not losing any form of pace. That's what you're telling me.
Gap to your teammate behind is 6.9 seconds.
here's my problem with this. If I'm this much slower than Leclerc, how am I 6 seconds ahead of Max? say though, the car definitely doesn't like fall anymore. Like literally, I was stuck to Leclerc, and I'm glad that, you know, I was that close to him when he came in. But the problem that I have is that in the end, if this comes down to me and him in a battle, me on hards, him on medium, the battle is the same, yet it shouldn't be. In theory, when I make my stop for my tires, I should have no issue getting by Leclerc and going on to win the race. But that's also pending he can actually get past the Alpine, because he's still battling with that Alpine so much. This is gonna be rough. Don't get me wrong, I like the fact that the pack is staying closer to me, but this is gonna be a proper pain. And it's gonna be ridiculous, which means what may end up happening is I may move the difficulty to 50%. And it may stay there just because of the adaptive AI. I know the purpose of the adaptive AI was to keep the pack closer together, but this is fucking ridiculous.
Okay, so we're leading our teammate by 12.7 seconds.
Seriously, if I'm that much slower than Leclerc, how am I this far ahead? Seriously. How is it that I was struggling so much behind Leclerc, yet my tires were less worn than his over a third of that run?
Our gap behind is 7.6 seconds.
I think I understand now what Mercedes was getting at with this car.
And Verstappen's behind. Okay, so the gap to the car behind is 7.6 seconds. They're on old mediums. They've done 21 laps on those tyres. We think they've got one more stop. Time last lap was a 1:36.5. Okay, no issues with tyre wear for now. Keep taking care of it.
Honestly, to tell you the truth, the only reason why I think that the main group is actually staying so close to me, DRS. Because if you keep watching that group, it keeps shifting who's second every single lap. And that's because of DRS. I mean, the one thing I am liking so far about this game, so far, anyway, is the fact that we're 24 laps in, and I still haven't caught in the back of the field yet. At 60% difficulty. So that's an upside. But the bullshit that was happening with Leclerc, of literally instant acceleration, with no tire wear, yet he started on soft. Yeah, that don't fly. But what's screwed up is now he's put on the medium tire, he's behind my teammate, and he's not actually catching my teammate. Truthfully. Yet his tires are newer. Oh, and let's not mind the fact that right off the start, I pulled out to a 2-second gap over Verstappen and the rest of the field on the first lap. The only one that stuck with me was Leclerc. That was it. Like, that's where I'm so confused, because that doesn't make sense. I understand that was great, competitive, 16 laps. 15, 16 laps. But you're telling me that it's okay for him to rubber band in front of me when he's on brand new soft. I'm on brand new medium, and I can't pass him on those newer mediums that have less tire wear than what his softs were. No, that don't fly. Like, that's an issue. Granted, yes, it's day one. I'm going to let it slide for now, but it just means that the next couple of races may be at a difficulty lower than what it currently is set at, because I'm not racing this way if I can't win. Period. You have to understand something. My career save is about winning. It ain't about being second best.
And the gap behind us is 7.7 seconds.
What amazes me, though, is the massive skew on tire wear. I mean, seriously, my rear tires are absolutely demolished already. Like, that is not something I like seeing. I mean, it's fine. It's just that the rear axle is the drive axle, so you're losing pace because of the fact that they're worn down. And traction and grip and a bunch of other things. But I mean, my cornering's still good. Still able to take most of the corners at, you know, the same point. So, I mean, so let's figure here, okay, real quick. Leclerc pits on 16. My pit stop is on lap 33. Figuring that means that there's nearly 20 laps between my brand new tires and his tires. If I cannot charge back and beat him, I mean, he actually does close enough, because right now my teammate's, you know, falling further back, and he's not even caught my teammate yet, so that means that even he's falling further back. Which means, you know, I'm in a good spot right now, but 10 laps from now, that may be a different situation. 6 laps. If I come out ahead of him, I better stay in front of him. If I don't, I'm going to have a real issue with this game. But as of right now, it's looking like I will win this race based off a pit strategy. A pit strategy that, to be honest with you, when I first looked at it, I didn't think it was actually going to work. Another token already. Like, seriously. I collected like 10 of those today already.
Okay, the gap behind is 0.3 seconds.
And I just set a faster lap on... What? I did not just do that! I had a feeling that was gonna happen. That I was gonna overshoot that, overtake there. I had a feeling I was gonna do that there. 30 laps. This is officially the latest I've streamed in quite a while, by the way.
Approaching the pit window now, and you're going to be on hards next time. Grip is probably dropping due to wear, so don't be too aggressive.
I can't believe how far into the race we've got it. If we just got that message. Like, that's a mental one.
gap to your teammate behind is 17.8 seconds.
Lag, 58% on the left rear. Wow.
Okay, we're boxing this lap. Give us the best of lap you can.
I like that they added the powered by AWS at the bottom of that. That was actually pretty cool. Probably caused me to have better fortune for that racing thing.
Lewis is in the pits now.
Yep, I saw that coming. Leclerc is 26 seconds behind me. I didn't realize he put on hards. Oh, I should definitely fucking have no issue running away from him then. That's why it was taking him so long to catch up.
That was our last stop. No more scheduled pit stops. Let's go.
Game, stop bullshitting!
keep managing your tyres, manage your tyres. Okay, so we're leading our teammate by 16.1 seconds. Lost some time to the car behind. Second place, you're in second place. Leclerc ahead. Our gap to the car in front is 3.4 seconds. Okay, they're on old hard tyres. Verstappen behind you now. Okay, so the gap to the car behind is 5.9 seconds. Okay, they're on fresh hards. Pit strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now. You've got 20 laps left until the end.
You're full of shit, game. His tires are twice the age of mine.
Okay, Leclerc's just set the fastest lap of the race so far. Okay, you're losing a small amount of time to the car behind. Just keep pushing.
Yeah, fuck you, game. Fuck you. Literally, fuck you. There's no logic to this.
Leclerc is ahead of you. Okay, gap to the car ahead is 4.2 seconds. Okay, they're on old hard tyres. Okay, they're on 28-lap-old tyres. Your last lap time was a 1 minute 35.4. Okay, you're dropping back by around 4 tenths a lap. Give it
Yeah,
everything you got.
bullshit. Bullshit.
Catching the car ahead, well done, but be aware these tyres need to get us to the end of this race.
It won't matter if I keep losing 4 tenths in one fucking quarter. 2 tires that are 28 laps old.
Gap to your teammate behind is 17.2 seconds.
There is zero logic to what's happening right now.
Norris has just put in the fastest lap of the race so far. Behind's gaining on you by 5.
Fuck you! Fuck you! You're telling me I have no pace whatsoever just because they're not heating up. How? Your logic does not work! Unfucking believable. You are absolutely fucking ridiculous. I'm done. I'm done. That pisses me off. Because there's no fucking reason for it. That is absolutely ridiculous, though. Seriously, that is absolutely fucking ridiculously broken. There is no logic to that. One thing. I'm only doing this for a moment, but I want to see something. I want to see something. Hysteresis does have to be off for these, which means I need to go in and do something then. this is the section I was worried about the most. Yeah, that is a very big section. Holy shit. That is just terrifying. It's when I finally get sorted properly. I'm not happy right now. That pisses me off. Because you're telling me just because of a simple tire choice, I have 0 picks because I can't generate temperature. Yes, that's realistic as hell. Don't get me wrong. But to the degree that it was showing, no. The car is actually kind of stepping out. A little bit. A little bit. There is no way I should have made that corner going that fast in this car. Like, that was mental speed. Like, it was the width that would have gone so quick. Wasn't expecting to do that. That is actually pretty fun. That is actually pretty cool too. Like, and after I made the wheel adjustment, that was actually quite nice to drive. Believe it or not, that was actually really, really good to drive. But, anyway. Oh, yeah, well, fuck you. Like, not going anywhere near any of this shit. Wonderful. Yeah, fuck you. And that is not why I buy the podium pass. Well, that's gonna be it for today. We will continue tomorrow. I'm gonna actually go over to my other PC and probably play a little bit more, just to see some stuff. But I'm not gonna really do much. And, simply put, that shit ain't gonna fly. If that's gonna be the way that the AI is going to race me every fucking race, then it's going down to 50% or even lower, accordingly. Because I am not racing like that. That is unfair. That is not right. That is completely unjustified in every which way. So, and that also meant that I know another thing in that race, and I'm going to be turning it off next time around, which is the pit lane temperatures. You're telling me that I'm literally coming out of a pit stop with tires that are less than 180 degrees? You're full of shit. No. And to say that they're not generating temperature just by driving the track is absolute bullshit. So, yeah. That's how I feel. And we'll go from there. Things can only get better from here, though. I will tell you that.